This is Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to a splashdown off the coast of Florida, completing their multi-month mission to the International Space Station. Crew 9, consisting of Commander and pilot Nick Hague and NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would have closing ceremonies and the hatch closure of their Dragon Freedom spacecraft from the orbiting laboratory yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time was the hatch closure, and the formal undocking, separating Freedom from the space station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is underway in that 17-hour phasing period and in an off-duty time right now, catching some rest before deorbit activities will get underway. And for deorbit and bringing the Freedom spacecraft back home after their multi-month stay above the International Space Station, scheduled for later this afternoon with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who launched back in June of 2024, they will wrap up at the time of splashdown a mission duration of 286 days in their extended stay above the International Space Station, and that would include over 4,500 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. They are joining Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, who launched to the orbiting laboratory back in late September for a 6-month stay, and at the time of splashdown, they will have completed 171 days in outer space and 2,736 orbits of Earth for just over 72 million statute miles. For this Crew 9 team boarding the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft, as we mentioned, that would launch with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov back in late September, and at the time it was the 9th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station, and also would be the first SpaceX crewed flight that would launch from Space Launch Complex 40. And for a period, both Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov would also join up with the team of the Soyuz MS-26 team, including NASA astronaut Don Pettit and the commander of Expedition 72 in the International Space Station, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner. And only a few days ago, over the weekend, Crew 10 would join as they would launch on March 14th and have just been on station a little over 3 days from now. For Crew 10, led by commander of that crew and Ann McLean, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers to the International Space Station, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov would join the team above the International Space Station. And after a brief handover period between Crew 9 and Crew 10, that would pave the way for Crew 9's return, as again they would undock earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern, and are currently in a rest period of their 17-hour phasing, and will begin deorbit procedures a little bit later on this afternoon with the anticipated splashdown of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will continue with our mission audio coverage here on the NASA agency website and social channels, and with NASA Plus production will pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central Time at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can also follow on the agency's website and social media channels as well. Until then, we will continue providing mission audio coverage through reentry and splashdown on all things NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida later this evening. Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, have completed their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station and are en route to return to Earth with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The four astronauts and cosmonaut would get together for final farewells and a hatch closure at 10:05 p.m. Central Time last night and would formally undock from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest ahead of deorbit activities. And over that 17-hour phasing period, they would execute a series of undocking and departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory to return to the Earth's surface, and again splashing down off the coast of Florida later on this evening. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who would launch on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June, they are wrapping up a 9.5-month stay aboard the International Space Station that would span 286 days at the time of the anticipated splashdown, and that would accumulate to over 121 million statute miles. For Sonny Williams, 286 days on her third flight in total, and now for her career, 608 days in space, the second most by an American astronaut. The only one ahead of her is Peggy Whitson at 675 days. Williams would also conduct 2 EVAs outside of the orbiting laboratory in her time aboard International Space Station, and has now conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever and the most by a woman. For Butch Wilmore, who joined her on that Boeing Starliner launch back in June on top of a ULA rocket, his 286 days in space on his third space flight is coming to a close, and now, at the time of splashdown, will have a career total of 464 days in microgravity. Wilmore would conduct 1 EVA in his time aboard the International Space Station, along with Williams, and has now conducted 5 in his career for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Commander Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, they would join with Crew 9 back in late September and would dock to the International Space Station on September 29th. They will wrap up 171 days in microgravity, completing a 6-month duration aboard the International Space Station. For Nick Hague, this is his third space flight and will have a total of 374 days in space upon splashdown, and he also would conduct 1 EVA in his time as a part of Expedition 72, and has conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight in microgravity into the International Space Station, rounding out 171 days for him in space. As I mentioned, the crew currently in an off-duty period, resting up ahead of Deorbit burn and the final burns of the journey, and that would put them on a trajectory towards splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Now that deorbit burn is still a little while away, a little less than 9 hours from now, and we're splashdown, the anticipated splashdown time, about 9.5 hours from now. We are currently in mission audio coverage, and we'll be live on NASA Plus and the agency's website, as well as the social media channels, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll cover all things reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, as we continue to bring you audio-only coverage of the NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after they mark a long-duration journey to the International Space Station. NASA astronauts and commander of Crew 9 Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, completing their long-duration stay. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, 9.5 months after launching back in early June, and for Hague and Gorbanov, a 6-month stay aboard the orbiting laboratory as they would launch to the station back in late September. For Williams and Wilmore, their mission duration 286 days upon the anticipated splashdown time later on this evening. As for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would wrap up a mission duration of 171 days. The crew currently in the middle of the 17-hour phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station back at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. They then went through a sequence of departure burns to separate their Dragon Freedom spacecraft away from the orbiting laboratory and begin their journey home. The Deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom scheduled later on this afternoon, just after 4 o'clock Central Time, with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Here inside the International Flight Control Room, they are going through a brief handover period as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams currently exchanging information and beginning that handover period, much as did Crew 9 and Crew 10, as they would complete a brief handover period with the arrival of Crew 10 and Commander Ann McClain, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov, Onishi of JAXA, and Peskov of Roscosmos. And that would open up the door for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to make preparations and return home. We will continue with our mission audio-only coverage through the early moments of this afternoon, and then we will switch over to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for the full coverage of reentry and splashdown. The crew aboard SpaceX Dragon currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest before deorbit activities, and they will wake up and get back to work a little bit later on this morning. As for the crew aboard the International Space Station, which they would depart, leaving NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonaut and the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner, along with McClain, Ayers, Onishi, and Peskov. We will continue with that live mission audio coverage through the resumption of the NASA Plus at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, and again the anticipated splashdown of Crew 9 off the Gulf Coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Till then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the Johnson Space Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to provide audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft after completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. The teams here inside the Flight Control Room have just completed a handover period, and the Mosaic flight team, led by Fiona Antkowiak, has now taken over and have reported out all teams with their updates, including that the Dragon Freedom is in a nominal and good trajectory as they continue their phasing and return to Earth. It is a part of a 17-hour phasing process from undocking to the anticipated splashdown time, the undocking of Crew 9, which includes Commander Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. They would board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and undock at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and begin that 17-hour phasing portion that included a sequence of undocking and departure burns that would put them on that nominal trajectory that was reported out just a few moments ago, with the anticipated splashdown of the Crew 9 team off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, Hague has mentioned that the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete a mission of 171 days aboard station. And with Nick Hague, he will wrap up his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and in his time there would complete one EVA. For Butch Milmore and Sonny Williams, it was an extended stay for them aboard the station after launching back in June aboard the Boeing Starliner, and upon splashdown they will wrap up 286 days aboard the orbiting outpost, for both Wilmore and Williams completing their third flights, and for Butch Wilmore their 286 days adding to his career total of 464 in microgravity, and he would also complete one EVA in this current mission as a part of Expedition 72, and that would add to 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, she would perform 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, US EVA 91 and 92, and that would up her total to now 9 in her career. And for that time, of a career total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. The crew currently aboard Dragon Freedom are in an off-duty period. They will awake and begin deorbit prep, in addition to a prop wasting burn that will occur all before the deorbit burn can occur. And then that would lead them en route to that splashdown time, again, of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, they are wrapping up their workday and about to wind things down and begin their rest period as the handover here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room begins to wrap up. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 to Earth throughout the morning and evening here in Houston, Texas, and then we will resume NASA Plus coverage that will take us through reentry and splashdown of Crew 9, and that'll be on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And with that, we'll continue with our audio-only coverage. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor the phasing and the journey of Crew 9 as they have undocked successfully from the International Space Station and are en route to their return to Earth. Crew 9 consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos, successfully undocked from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning, and have executed a sequence of burns and are now in an off-duty period in preparation for deorbit commands and the eventual return and splashdown to Earth. And that splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee, currently scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage until NASA Plus coverage will resume at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that will take you through re-entry and splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the cadre of Crew 9 members, they would launch the International Space Station back in late September and would dock and execute a mission of 171 days, about 6 months, aboard the orbiting laboratory, in which they would travel 72 million statute miles. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and have an extended stay upon splashdown of 286 days in microgravity. And for them, that would include 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. For Hague, Williams, Wilmore, and Gorbanov, they would depart the Expedition 72 crew as back on station and part of Soyuz the MS-26 team, and NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. And then Crew 10, who recently just arrived to station a little more than 3 days ago, they would execute a brief handover period with Crew 9, and transitioning both the science and roles and operations to the Crew 10 team, as Anne McClain, the commander, Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, and Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos would take over those roles, and thus paving the way for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to return to Earth. We'll continue with our mission audio coverage until the NASA Plus coverage will pick back up, as well as on the agency's website and all social media channels. That again will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and that'll cover re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 makes their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. The Crew 9 team, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, have completed their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station and would have hatch closures and goodbye ceremonies yesterday evening, and then that would lead up to an undocking at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. The team is currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period, and since undocking has executed a number of undocking and departure burns that would put them on the appropriate trajectory, and all nominal outputs so far from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft en route to what will eventually become the Deorbit burn that will send them en route to splashdown. That splashdown, as mentioned, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, the anticipated time we will see, as well as 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, including Crew 9, the Expedition 72 crew overall, with Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov now departing. Remaining on station are NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and his Roscosmos cosmonaut colleague, Ivan Wagner. Crew 10 recently arrived to the International Space Station just this past weekend, docking on March 15th, and have been on station for just a little more than 3 days. But with their arrival, with Anne McClain as commander, Nicole Ayers as pilot, Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov joining them as mission specialist, they would embrace a brief handover period with the Crew 9 team, and they would hand over both science experiments and overall procedures aboard the International Space Station, and that would also pave the way for Crew 9 to allow for departure and the eventual splashdown. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, they would launch to the International Space Station back in early June, and it will, upon splashdown, wrap up a 9.5-month stay in microgravity and a mission duration of 286 days and over 4,500 orbits of Earth, resulting in over 121 million statute miles. For both Wilmore and Williams, they are completing their third space flight, and for Wilmore, now a career total of 464 days in space, and he would complete one EVA as a part of Expedition 72. That was US EVA number 92, and overall in his career now 5 EVAs. For Sonny Williams, she's also wrapping up her third flight in microgravity, her 286 days aboard this mission, 608 in her career. She would also participate in EVAs, 2 of them, US EVA 91 and 92, and now has conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. And that is 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, as a part of a Crew 9, would again launch to the International Space Station back in late September, completing 171 days in microgravity and a 6-month long-term duration aboard station, completing 2,736 orbits of Earth upon splashdown and over 72 million statute miles. For Nick Hague, this is his 3rd space flight and will now have a career total of 374 days in space, and he would conduct 1 EVA as part of Expedition 72. He and Williams were members of the US EVA number 91 back in the middle of January, and he has now conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is completing his first ever flight to microgravity into the International Space Station, totaling 171 days. While aboard the orbiting laboratory, this team of Crew 9 would complete over 900 hours and over 150 unique science experiments, and now bringing that all back to a conclusion with the splashdown of the anticipated time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our mission audio only coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central. That is when we will return to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media for the live coverage of reentry and splashdown. Again, that is 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll continue with updates up until then. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to splashdown off the coast of Florida. You are listening to live audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period and return to Earth, an eventual splashdown later on this evening. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the Crew 9 team of Nick Hague, commander and NASA astronaut, along with NASA's Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov successfully undocked from the International Space Station, completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. From there, they would go through a sequence of undocking and departure burns to set them on the appropriate trajectory to bring them closer to their return to Earth. For Williams and Wilmore, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station that, upon splashdown later on this evening, will put them at 286 days in microgravity. For Hague and Gorbanov, their 6-month duration resulted in 171 days upon completion. The crew aboard Dragon Freedom are wrapping up a rest period and getting some much needed shut-eye before beginning deorbit procedures that'll get underway a little bit later on this afternoon. And the anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. We will continue our mission audio coverage until we will resume NASA Plus coverage and live on the agency website and social media. That'll begin at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be live coverage as you can watch Reentry and Splashdown for Crew 9. Now, this crew would, before undocking, undergo a brief handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10 team that consists of commander of that crew, Anne McClain, NASA astronaut, as well as Nicole Ayers, JAXA's Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos. And after that handover period was complete, that is what paved the way for the ability of Crew 9 to begin its journey on home. Now, aboard the International Space Station, Crew 9 was able to participate in over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments aboard the orbiting laboratory, including stem cell technology that'll potentially address blood diseases, autoimmune disorders, and cancers. They also tested lighting systems to help astronauts maintain a circadian rhythm while aboard Space Station, which could also reveal ways to improve conditions for shift workers here on Earth in those extreme or remote environments. They would also work on plant growth and quality for support of future missions to the Moon and Mars. They would assist and load up JAXA's first wooden satellite and also collect swabs outside of the International Space Station during a spacewalk, US EVA 92, in which Bill Wilmore and Sonny Williams would exit out of the orbiting laboratory and collect samples from around the space station's exterior to study the survivability of potential microorganisms in space. And again, the Crew 9, this Dragon Freedom capsule that would launch the International Space Station back in late September, carrying Haig and Gorbanov. Their trajectory, everything at nominal so far, as they begin what will be the deorbit burn process a little bit later on this afternoon, en route to the splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and complete their 286 days in microgravity upon splashdown. For Wilmore and Williams, completing their third space flights each respectively. For Wilmore, his total career in space, 464 days. He would join Sonny Williams on an EVA, US EVA 92, as just mentioned, collecting those samples outside of the station, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, and those 2 EVAs would add to her career total of now 9, and that brings her to an hour outside of the orbiting lab to 62 hours and 6 minutes in her career, 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they launched to the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days aboard the orbiting laboratory and in microgravity. For Hague, completing his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station, and a career total now of 374 days, and would also participate in 1 EVA, that was EVA 91, joining Sonny Williams back in mid-January. And for Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight to microgravity and the International Space Station. The Roscosmos cosmonaut will complete his mission of 171 days. And again, we'll pick back up NASA Plus live coverage, as well as everything here on the social media channels and nasa.gov, the agency website. That'll all pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll have everything from re-entry to splashdown. And again, that splashdown anticipated at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, in the Gulf off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage and all updates involving Crew 9's return to Earth throughout these same channels. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the live audio coverage continues on after a successful undocking for the quartet of the Crew 9 team. That is Commander Nick Hague of NASA, along with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The undocking would occur at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. After their long-duration stay for Hague and Gorbanov, upon splashdown will be 171 days in space. For Wilmore and Williams, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station, and will complete 286 days. After undocking in the early morning hours, they would undergo a couple of undocking burns and 4 departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory in preparations for the Deorbit burn coming up later this afternoon. The next burn on the timeline will be about 5 hours and 48 minutes from now, the prop waste burn, and that is to expend extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and reduce mass to allow for the proper alignment of that craft to begin its deorbit burn and splashdown. Now, splashdown currently slated for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick back up the coverage live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at that time, starting with the coverage of re-entry and a splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch the International Space Station in late September. For Hague, his third flight and second mission to the space station, resulting in a career total now of 374 days in space. For Alexander Gorbanov, wrapping up his first flight in microgravity. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they would launch to the International Space Station back in June and would dock a day after and complete 286 days on orbit, and both of them wrapping up their third space flights. For Wilmore completing 464 days in his career, and he would participate in 1 EVA aboard the Expedition 72 crew, and that was US EVA number 92, in which he would join Sonny Williams back on January 30th, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, third flight for her, and now totaling upon splashdown 608 days in space. She would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, in quick succession on January 16th and January 30th, joining Nick Hague for the first and Wilmore for the second, and that would put her at 9 for her career, and a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most total by a woman. We'll continue with our audio coverage of all things in the return of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9, and we'll pick back up with the NASA Plus coverage and live coverage on the agency website and social media, again beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of America near Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station after a long-duration mission, completing Crew 9 tasks as a part of Expedition 72. The undocking from space station in their Dragon Freedom spacecraft occurred around at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and since then executed a series of undocking and departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to return home to Earth. Anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll continue providing with live mission audio coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central, and that is when NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as social media, will kick back up with live visual and audio coverage that will include reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Understand.
All right. Next, this should have been briefed before you went to sleep, but we do expect sparse TDRS coverage. This is going to be between 1523, that's 1523, and 1609. That is coming up in about 40 minutes. During that time, I recommend crew begin 4.700 and cabin stowage for deorbit prep. As part of that deorbit prep, we'll also need crew to stow temperature sensors per the tablet procedure 2.203, and we'll need you to report when complete. I'll take a pause here for any questions.
Questions make sense. We're going to have sparse teachers coverage 1723 to 1609. During that time, we'll kick off 4.700, including the temperature sensor stowage, and we'll let you know when those sensors are stowed.
All right, sounds good. Next, we are going to try and do the Deorbit Day PMC. We'd like to do it around 15:30. We have about 10 minutes of comm coverage available for that. So if crew desire, we can move that earlier if you want to do it earlier, or if you think more than 10 minutes is going to be required.
Be a short PMC, so we can stick to the 1730.
And correction there, it's 1530, 1530.
1530, gotcha.
All right, and last, I'm going to ask that we try and perform our inventory report and stowage reports per section 1 of 4.700 at 1700. That's 1700 Zulu.
You want our inventory at 1700.
Yep, and then last item will be, we're going to try fluid loading start per your timeline at 1705. And that concludes the morning briefing. Do you have any questions?
No questions. We'll make sure we start fluid loading for the timeline.
All right, sounds good. Next event then, I'll let you guys continue with your off-duty end and cabin configuration after waking up, but we'll plan for the PMC at 1530.
That's good.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where you just heard communications from SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, relaying up to NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team and Commander Nick Hague, as they have woken up from their off-duty period and will now prepare for the Dragon Freedom spacecraft for deorbit preparations and performing inventory reports in anticipation of their continued phasing, deorbit burn, and anticipated splashdown in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. That splashdown looking to occur at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew woke up just a few moments ago, and that crew, the quartet of Crew 9, including Nick Hague, who you heard on that communications, along with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos. They would wake up and radio down to Dragon Communications in Hawthorne, and also had a nice welcome music to bring them on back of a coming home variety. So again, the team is awake inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and preparing deorbit prep, along with inventory reports, fluid loading, and the like, in preparation for deorbit activities that will occur later on this afternoon. And the approximate splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the Gulf Coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We are in mission audio coverage, and we'll begin live on NASA Plus once again, as well as the agency's website and social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll provide coverage of reentry and splashdown of the crew of Crew 9. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, with live mission audio coverage as we continue to follow the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 from undocking to the anticipated splashdown later this evening and throughout their 17-hour phasing period. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, thus concluding their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. They would then go into a sequence of undocking and departure burns to distance themselves from the neighborhood of the space station and put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft in the appropriate trajectory to begin deorbit procedures, and eventually the splashdown targeted for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. They do have one more burn to go. That is the prop waste burn. That will occur a little less than 5 hours from now, and that will disperse extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to shed mass before preparing for deorbit. The Crew 9 team is awake. They woke up a couple of moments ago to some wake-up music from the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the SpaceX headquarters, and with their morning briefing will begin deorbit preparations, performing inventory, fluid loading, and more as a part of their early morning tasks, and again, all in preparation for deorbit. Taking a closer look at the Crew 9 team, for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. Hague, the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch to the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days in space, and their mission specialists joining them in Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They would launch the International Space Station back in June as a part of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft mission, and will complete 286 days in microgravity. For Hague, he will be completing his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and will now, upon adding his 171 days aboard the space station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, it will have 574 days in outer space for his career. He would participate in one EVA, that was US EVA number 91, in mid-January, and would now have a career total of 25 hours and 56 minutes over 4 career EVAs. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they are both completing their third flights and missions to the International Space Station. For Wilmore, his 286 days add to his career total of 464 days, and would participate in one EVA, US EVA 92, also in mid-January, and would now have 5 for his career. And for Butch Wilmore, those 5 totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Sonny Williams, wrapping up her third flight, 608 career days in space. Upon splashdown later this evening, she would participate in 2 EVAs during her time aboard the International Space Station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, US EVAs 91 and 92. Those were on January 16th and January 30th, respectively, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, totaling 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most ever EVA time, and the most by a woman. So we will continue to provide audio updates on the progress of the Crew 9 Dragon Freedom spacecraft and their return to Earth after their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. And again, the anticipated splashdown time, 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We will pick back up with live NASA Plus coverage, as well as extended coverage on the agency's website, nasa.gov, and social media at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage will include reentry and a splashdown for the quartet of Crew 9. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to bring you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the Gulf Coast of America and coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov would depart the International Space Station, completing their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory in the early morning hours at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and would execute a series of burns to undock and depart to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the proper trajectory to begin their deorbit and departure away from the International Space Station, and in the right trajectory to bring them home. The anticipated splashdown time of a Crew 9, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For the Crew 9 team is a part of the Expedition 72 team aboard the International Space Station for Nick Hague, alongside with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, all three NASA astronauts, and all three of them will be completing their third flights. For Hague, 171 days in space for him after launching to the International Space Station back in late September, and for his career, 374 days in space. For Sonny Williams, her third flight will culminate now into a career number of 608 days, and she would perform 2 EVAs while aboard station and a part of Expedition 72, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, with her time...
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck.
Freedom's loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Freedom. Our crew ready for the Deorbit Day PMC.
Affirmative.
SpaceX copies. I'll be privatizing Dragon to ground, and the next call you hear will be from Flight Surgeon.
And those conversations you just heard from the core team in Hawthorne, California, the SpaceX headquarters, tracking the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team. And on the other side, you heard the commander, Nick Hague, relaying down to the team here on Earth as they continue deorbit preparations. Crew 9 awoke not too long ago, only about an hour and a half ago, and that's when they would begin the morning prep session for deorbit, and they would perform inventory checks, fluid loading checks, and now checking in with the team further at the core in SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We will continue with our mission audio coverage of the return of Crew 9 and their anticipated splashdown time, again at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will transition from audio only to NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as on social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon to ground is no longer private.
Copy all. Thank you.
Freedom SpaceX, just a reminder, we are 5 minutes away from a 30-minute expected LOS.
Copy. Upcoming 30-minute LOS. We'll catch you on the other side.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period en route to a splashdown off the Gulf of America and the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. For the Crew 9 team, you just heard moments ago the radio down from the communications team at the core at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and anticipated LOS, or loss of signal, for about 30 minutes, and we anticipate hearing back from the crew at roughly 11:10 Central Time, 11:10 a.m. Central Time. That Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft consists of Commander Nick Hague, a NASA astronaut completing his third flight and second to the International Space Station, alongside with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also both of them completing their third flights, and first-time flyer and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronaut and cosmonauts would undock from the International Space Station, completing a long-duration stay above the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and are currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period that'll lead up to the eventual splashdown, with the approximate time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. After undocking and backing away from the International Space Station, after a sequence, they would execute a sequence of undocking burns and departure burns, and the next major milestone for the Dragon Freedom spacecraft is the prop waste burn that'll occur about 4 hours and 20 plus minutes from now, and that is to allow for the spacecraft to shed itself of any excess propellant and mass to prepare itself for the deorbit burn, which will follow shortly thereafter. And after the deorbit burn, the Dragon will close its nose cone and prepare itself for the deorbit procedures and eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue to provide audio updates throughout this journey for Crew 9 as they make their way back home to Earth, and we will begin NASA Plus coverage, or pick back up NASA Plus coverage, later on this afternoon, and the agency's website as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage to begin reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 return as they make their way through a phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station and their eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida just outside of Tallahassee. Good morning from the International Space Station flight control room inside of Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams here on the ground and in Hawthorne, California continue to monitor the space station as well as the journey of the Crew 9 team and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Right now, with about 10 minutes left and an anticipated loss of signal between the core team in Hawthorne, California, the headquarters for SpaceX, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE, the communications team, relaying that up to the Crew 9 crew about 20 minutes ago, an anticipated return of communication around 10 minutes from now. The Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft are NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, along with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronauts and cosmonaut would undock from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, pushing back from the zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station, backing away through a sequence of undocking burns and then executing also a sequence of departure burns to put the spacecraft in the proper trajectory to begin the deorbit process. This Crew 9 team would back away from the International Space Station after a handover period with Crew 10, who recently arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend and would dock on March 15th. They are just 3+ days into their duration aboard the orbiting laboratory. And that crew, led by Anne McClain, the commander, along with Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov. They would join then what was a pretty busy group on station, also including the Soyuz MS-26 team with NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and Ivan Wagner, also of Roscosmos. Focusing on Crew 9 for Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams. For Hague, he would launch along with Gorbanov on the SpaceX Freedom Dragon spacecraft back in late September 28th, and would dock a day later, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete a mission duration of 171 days, traveling the Earth and orbiting the Earth 2,736 times and accumulating over 72 million statute miles, and that will complete their 6-month duration. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, they launched back in June and will complete a 9.5-month stay. They would launch back on June 5th on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete 286 days in outer space and 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. While aboard the International Space Station during their duration, the Crew 9 team would perform over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments before departing the laboratory earlier this morning. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three completing their 3rd space flights. For Butch Wilmore, 464 days will be his new career total upon splashdown. He would participate in 1 EVA, that was US EVA 92 in the middle of January, and has 5 for his career. For Sonny Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, and that was on January 16th and January 30th, to put her career total now to 9 EVAs for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague, his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station will bring his career totals to 374 days. He also would participate in an EVA alongside with Williams, EVA 91 on January 16th. And for Hague, that brings now up to 4 EVAs for his career, totaling 25 hours and 56 minutes. And for Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is wrapping up his very first flight to the International Space Station and will have a career total of 171 days upon splashdown. Upcoming milestones for the Dragon crew and Crew 9 will be the prop waste burn. That'll be a little more than 4 hours from now, and that is where the Dragon spacecraft will dispense and rid itself of unnecessary propellant and put itself in the proper mass for the eventual deorbit burn, which will be a little more than 5 hours from now, 5 hours and 7 minutes. And that'll set things up for a splashdown time of approximately 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that will be in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue with our mission audio coverage and provide regular updates throughout the process on the agency's website as well as the social media channels, and we will return live to NASA Plus for the full production at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for coverage of reentry and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period and return to an eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida just outside of Tallahassee. Hello from the International Space Station Mission Control Center inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor the quartet of the Crew 9 crew and their Dragon Freedom spacecraft, led by Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. These four would board their Dragon Freedom spacecraft earlier this morning and receive undocking procedures and back away from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the Harmony module in the Zenith port or space-facing port of the International Space Station. The Dragon Freedom spacecraft would execute undocking burns and departure burns to put the craft on the precise trajectory to begin the deorbiting process. They have executed those departure burns and are now awaiting the prop waste burn, which will be about 3 hours and 53 minutes from now, in which the spacecraft will rid itself of excess propellant and reduce mass in preparation for the deorbit burn, which will shortly follow. The splashdown for Crew 9 and the anticipated splashdown zone at 4:57 p.m. Central Time off the coast, Gulf Coast of America and Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. For Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore, they are completing their third space flights in their careers. For the commander in Hague, he would spend 171 days in outer space on this most recent mission and a part of Expedition 72, and add to a total of 374 days in his career. He would participate in one EVA venturing outside of the International Space Station, US EVA 91, on January 16th. For Sonny Williams, he would join Nick Hague as a part of that EVA, as well as one other, two for her, US EVAs 91 and 92, and now has her for a career total of 9 EVAs in her career, for a totaling 62 hours, 6 minutes runtime, and that is the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. This is her third spaceflight, 286 days in microgravity this current mission, and 608 days in her career. For Butch Wilmore, also third flight and 286 days as a part of his Expedition 72 time aboard the orbiting laboratory, 464 days in his career, and would participate in one EVA, that was US EVA number 92, that took place back on January 30th, where he and Wilmore would venture out into the vacuum of space for 5 hours and 26 minutes, and would be his fifth EVA of his career. They would board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft earlier this morning and begin those undocking procedures after a handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10 time, as they would arrive to the International Space Station this past weekend, launching on the March 14th and docking on the 15th, and their time aboard station just a little over 3 days. But with that handover period and able to pass along, that would open up the door for Crew 9 to begin the deorbit procedures with pristine weather expected in the Gulf of America. For Crew 10, led by Anne McClain, commander, along with NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. And joining them and remaining on board the International Space Station are NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and Roscosmos cosmonaut and commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. Space Station Crew 9 would perform again undocking at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the Harmony module Zenith port of the International Space Station, in the anticipated splashdown in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee, at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will continue with audio updates throughout this phasing period for Crew 9, and we'll pick back up with our live NASA Plus coverage, as well as coverage on nasa.gov, the agency's website, and on social media beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of reentry and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston.
Freedom, SpaceX for status update.
Freedom's with you.
Hey Nick, actually I actually had a packing question. Wondering if you had an update on if you were able to stow all the sleeping bags back into C5-4, or if you think you were going to need or did use one of the 4.0 bags.
We were able to get all that stuff back into the single storage locker, so we're in a good config.
Excellent, good news there. Then I'll just remind that we're going to try and do the inventory report at 1700 Zulu. That's in about 40 minutes from now. And then we do have a ground station right now. We do have cameras external, but if we are welcome back on board, we'll come back on board at any time with cameras.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Right now we've got all the lights off and we're looking at stars. I'll let you know when we're finished and invite you back on.
Copy, sounds good. Enjoy that.
Great communications there from the core in SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, the crew operations and resources engineer communicating with Crew 9, NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 aboard Dragon Freedom as they continue deorbit preparations of the spacecraft and packing up all loose items and stowing properly before re-entering Earth's atmosphere and eventual splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time. And you heard from a commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, relaying down to the ground of what the crew is currently up to, and that is they are awake. They awoke a couple of hours ago, packed up, and now enjoying the view just outside of the windows of the Dragon Freedom SpaceX spacecraft before, again, beginning the deorbit process. We will continue with our audio coverage of the phasing of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they continue on their journey away from the International Space Station, which they were attached to for multiple months. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, a 9.5-month stay. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, a 6-month long duration mission on the orbiting laboratory. And we'll continue, as mentioned, the audio coverage, but we'll return live to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as on splashdown occurring off the coast of Florida in the Gulf, just outside of Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control in Houston, live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Go ahead, Freedom.
Welcome to come on board with internal cameras.
SpaceX copies. I'll let you know when we're on board. Additionally, per the timeline, I will give you the formal go for deorbit preparation per procedure 4.700.
Copy that. We've got your go to start into 4.700.
You are listening to live audio there between the SpaceX core, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, and NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and Commander Nick Hague, relaying information of deorbit preparations as Crew 9 undocked from the International Space Station earlier this morning and began their journey, a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida. We will continue to bring you live mission audio coverage, and you will periodically hear updates from SpaceX relaying communications to and from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and Commander Nick Hague. Nick Hague being joined by Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov alongside NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the quartet, beginning their journey home from the International Space Station earlier this morning. As those four would depart the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, departing the zenith port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station, executing a sequence of undocking and departure burns to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft in the proper trajectory for their return to Earth. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch to the International Space Station on Dragon Freedom back in late September, and upon splashdown later on this evening, will complete 171 days in microgravity. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they had an extended stay on the International Space Station and will complete 286 days in microgravity after launching to the orbiting laboratory on the Boeing Starliner back in early June, and would dock a day later to begin their long-duration mission. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three completing their third spaceflight.
SpaceX, I have removed the exterior only camera override, so cameras are back internal, but for your awareness, we do not have a ground station. We'll have a ground station in about 30 minutes, but the exterior camera only override has been removed.
Freedom copies.
And there is continued communications between SpaceX and the Crew 9 team, and Nick Hague confirming. For Hague, again, completing his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, 171 days with him and Alexander Gorbanov, and for his career, 374 days in microgravity. For Gorbanov, this is his first flight to the International Space Station and will wrap up his 171-day journey. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both, again, their third flights to microgravity. For Wilmore and Williams, 286 days aboard station. For Wilmore, 464 in his career, and for Sonny Williams, 608 for her. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three would perform EVAs. Sonny Williams would be a part of both of them, US EVA 91 and 92. That would occur in mid-January, and up her career total to now 9 for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Butch Wilmore, he would join Williams for US EVA 92, and that would be his lone EVA expedition at 72. And fifth of his career, totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. And for Nick Hague, joined Williams on US EVA number 91 on January 16th. And for Williams, or for, pardon me, Hague, rather, his fourth EVA in his career for 25 hours and 56 minutes in total. For Crew 9, they would undergo a quick handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10, which would launch to the International Space Station just this past weekend, launching on March 14th and docking on the 15th, and their duration aboard the orbiting laboratory has just eclipsed a little over 3 days. And staying back on station and wishing well to Wilmore, Williams, Haig, and Gorbanov, Anne McLean, and Nicole Ayers of NASA, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov of JAXA and Roscosmos, respectively, along with NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Expedition 72 Commander Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. Upcoming key milestones for the Crew 9 team. It will be the prop waste burn. That'll be about 3 hours and 18 minutes from now. That'll allow the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to rid itself of excess propellant and put itself at the proper mass to begin the deorbit procedures, which the deorbit burn, which will occur about an hour after the prop waste burn, 4 hours and now 17 minutes away, will put the spacecraft on the proper trajectory for the splashdown, which is coming up on 5 hours and 4 minutes from this moment. And that splashdown again at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll continue to provide audio coverage throughout, and we'll pick back up on NASA Plus, the full broadcast, along with nasa.gov, the agency's website, and social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of reentry and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston.
X Freedom for air temperature sensors.
Go ahead, Freedom.
We packed up the 5 temperature sensors. They're back in the CCMK storage location. And the battery levels on the globe sensors were both 96%.
Copy that, Freedom. All sensors are back in the CCMK, and the reported battery levels for both sensors at 96%.
Good readback. And SpaceX Freedom with food and water inventory when you're ready.
And Nick, I am ready.
Okay, we're going to start with water, and I'm going to give you the cumulative bottles consumed. We're back 201, 202, 203, 204, and 205, 5 bottles consumed.
Copy that, all bottles from 201, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
It's a good readback. For food, 301, 302, 303, 304, 306, 308. All meals consumed, all 4 consumed.
Copy all meals from 301, 2, 4, 6, 8. Did I miss a bag there?
303 as well.
Copy 303.
And for bags 305 and 307, 2 each have 2 meals consumed.
Copy that for 305 and 7, 2 meals consumed.
That's it, and that completes the food and water inventory. I guess I should just, again, we haven't started fluid loading yet, but we will consume all 22 bags that we brought on board.
All right, SpaceX copies, that was my follow-up. So that inventory obviously did not include fluid loading, but you are tracking consuming those bottles, and just if you do have any issues and are unable to consume, we'll be ready to report which bottles.
Yep, you got it.
All right, thank you, Freedom. So that is the inventory for Section 1 and 4.700. Just make sure that you guys continue working on cargo stowage per the timeline. When you do get to Section 2, we've determined that we're going to waive the floater camera inspection. So when you report that the cabin is configured, we'll have a couple follow-up questions, but we won't need to do a floater cam inspection.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue our audio-only coverage of the return of Crew 9 and their Dragon Freedom spacecraft after deorbiting the International Space Station earlier this morning. The Crew 9 crew, led by Commander Nick Hague, alongside NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station after a multi-month long-duration stay on the orbiting laboratory, undocking at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module. From there, they would execute a series of undocking burns and departure burns to put the Dragon spacecraft on the proper trajectory to begin the deorbiting process. And now the next major milestone for the spacecraft is a prop waste burn that'll occur about 2 hours and 52 minutes from now, in which the spacecraft will disperse and rid itself of unnecessary propellant to again allow itself with the proper mass to begin its deorbit run. And that deorbit burn is about 3 hours and 52 minutes from now, and leading to the eventual splashdown of the Crew 9 team at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams, the three will be completing their third space flights, respectively. As for Nick Hague, his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station of 171 days during his Crew 9 stay and 374 over his career. For Butch Wilmore, an extended stay for him on the International Space Station, him and Sonny Williams, both 286 days as a part of the Expedition 72 crew, and in total for Butch, 474 days over his career. For Sonny Williams, it'll be 608 days at time of splashdown. All three, both for Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, would participate in EVAs during their time aboard the station and a part of Expedition 72. For Butch Wilmore, he would participate in one EVA, US EVA 92, in mid-January, and now has 5 EVAs in his career that are totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Sonny Williams, she would perform 2 EVAs in her time aboard station, US EVAs 91 and 92, that came on January 16th and January 30th, working with both Wilmore and Hague. And for Williams, those 2 EVAs adding to her career total of now 9, for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. And for Nick Hague, rounding out the EVAs, he would perform 1 US EVA 91 on January 16th, 2025, and for Hague, now a total of 4 EVAs in his career for 25 hours and 56 minutes. Alexander Gorbanov, this is his first flight to space station, and he will round out his time in microgravity at 178 days upon splashdown. And that splashdown again, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and we will transition from audio-only coverage to the full production on NASA Plus, nasa.gov, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for coverage and reentry and splashdown. The crew aboard Dragon now currently in their deorbit preparations, making sure everything is packaged the way it should be in preparation for, again, the prop waste burn about 2 hours and 50 minutes from now. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
for internal.
Go ahead, Freedom.
We're into our fluid loading. We're going to start cycling through the commode and then also start working on donning our orthostatic garments and undergarments. So I kindly ask if you could take the cameras external.
Performing that now. I'll let you know when we're exterior.
Thank you.
Dragon SpaceX, cameras are external.
Freedom copies, thank you.
Great communications there between Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague and the core team at SpaceX. The Crew Operations and Resources Engineer and Communication is the Crew 9 team of Commander Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov continuing for deorbit preparations. And you heard them talking about beginning to put back on their entry suits that you saw during the broadcasts of both launch and the undocking earlier this morning. For Crew 9, they are winding down their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station that saw them undock from the orbit at 2:05 a.m. Central Time. And they would push back with a series of undocking burns and then begin the deorbit process with a handful of departure burns, 4 departure burns, in fact, and then a few phase burns later, they would have their Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the proper trajectory moving forward. As we broadcast to you now live, the SpaceX Dragon currently working over Western Europe, and the International Space Station following close behind, crossing over the Atlantic Ocean. The targeted splashdown for Crew 9 this evening, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, which will roughly be about 4.5 hours from this moment, and that'll be off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of America. We will continue with our audio coverage up until resumption of our NASA Plus full coverage and the agency's website, nasa.gov, and social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll have coverage of re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their return back to Earth after undocking from the International Space Station earlier this morning and currently in a phasing period en route to a splashdown off the Gulf Coast of Florida near Tallahassee. Good afternoon from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the teams in Hawthorne, California, headquarters for SpaceX, alongside the Dragon team and the Dragon Freedom crew of Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Alexander Gorbanov are continuing with their deorbit preparations. The team in SpaceX in Hawthorne just went around the room and relayed that the crew is happy and healthy, alongside with a healthy navigation system, prop system, and beyond. And the crew is now starting to put on their comfort garments in preparation for their overall entry suits and suit leak checks to follow in anticipation of the upcoming deorbit burn and deorbit process. Currently, as we stand right now, splashdown is about 4 hours and 4 minutes from this moment, with the anticipated time of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Florida and just away from Tallahassee, as the Dragon spacecraft continues to distance itself from the International Space Station. The long duration mission for Crew 9 would come to a close with the hatch closures and final goodbyes for both for Hague, Williams, Wilmore, and Gorbanov yesterday evening, with the undocking command being sent at directly midnight Central Time, and Dragon would push back away from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central from the Zenith port, the space-facing port of the Harmony module. From there, they would undergo a sequence of undocking burns and 4 departure burns. They also, earlier this morning, would complete phase burns, 2 sets of departure phase burns, in anticipation of their next major milestone, which will be the prop waste burn about 2 hours and 17 minutes from now. Now, as we speak, the Dragon spacecraft is currently about to head over the northern coast of Australia, with the International Space Station following behind. They're currently orbiting right now over central Russia. Aboard the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams, along with Alexander Gorbanov, winding down their mission to the International Space Station. For Hague and Gorbanov, they would head to station on the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and launch in late September, and will now complete a mission of 171 days that'll come to a close at splashdown. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, an extended stay for them on the International Space Station, and when the Dragon spacecraft hits the water, that'll complete a 286-day mission for them after launching back in June on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, it'll round out their 3rd flight to microgravity, and for Alexander Gorbanov, his 1st flight overall. We will continue our mission audio coverage and switch over to NASA Plus for the full broadcast, alongside with the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, where we will join our counterparts in Hawthorne, California, as well as our NASA team on the ground for all coverage of re-entry and splashdown for Crew 9. And again, the crew is happy and healthy, as recently reported by the teams at SpaceX, and continue their preparations for deorbit. The deorbit burn about 3 hours and 15 minutes from now, and the anticipated splashdown coming up on 4 hours and 1 minute away. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check.
Freedom's with you, loud and clear.
Hey there, Nick. We performed a shift handover down here on the last LOS. Arthur handed over to me, and you've got Kira now through the remainder of the mission.
Outstanding. It's going to be a fun way to finish up, people.
We are all very excited to bring you guys home today.
And Kira, just to kind of bring you up to speed on where we're at, we're kind of in the middle of donning our undergarments and finishing off the last couple rounds of our fluid loading and simultaneously packing things up. So we're on a good path.
Okay, Nick, that sounds great. Yeah, I got a good handover from Arthur. Understand you're working through donning the comfort garments and working through fluid loading as well. I'm following along with you all in 4.700 deorbit preparations. For awareness, we will have a return out of plane burn today ahead of the deorbit burn. That's in a little over 2 hours.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, where you are hearing live audio conversations between NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team and Commander Nick Hague, with the team on the ground in SpaceX's core, the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer in Hawthorne, California, in headquarters for SpaceX. And that is where the two are continuing to prepare for deorbit activities for Crew 9 as they continue their journey home from the International. Nick Hague say it's been outstanding so far, and it's going to be a fun way to wrap up a long journey for them. And with that, reflecting back on the Crew 9 journey to the International Space Station for NASA astronaut and Commander Nick Hague and his Roscosmos colleague Alexander Gorbanov, the cosmonaut, they went up to the International Space Station and launched on September 28th, and upon splashdown later this afternoon will complete 171 days in microgravity. For Hague, he is completing his third space flight and second to the International Space Station, and for Alexander Gorbanov, it will be his first, wrapping up his first flight. Joining them for Crew 9 is Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, as they are both wrapping up their third flights to microgravity and the orbiting laboratory recently as a part of Expedition 72. They would launch to the space station back in June 5th of 2024 as a part of the as on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, and would spend 286 days on the International Space Station as they look to wind down, as you heard Nick mention, a long journey for them. For Crew 9 and the quartet of astronauts and cosmonaut aboard the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, they undocked from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. It would push back from the Harmony module, the Zenith port, space-facing port of that Harmony module on the International Space Station. From there, they would execute a series of undocking burns and departure burns, and also move into departure phase burns as well to help set up Dragon for the right trajectory for deorbit. As of right now, the Dragon spacecraft currently over the southern portions of the Pacific Ocean, being tailed by the International Space Station, about to cross over the northernmost border of Australia. You heard the crews right now getting prepared for another burn that's coming up in about 2 hours, 2 hours and 1 minute to be exact, the prop waste burn, and that'll continue to help Dragon set itself up for the right trajectory for the deorbit burn. Now, that prop waste burn is when the Dragon spacecraft will dispense any extra propellant, unnecessary propellant, so it has the right mass in preparation for the deorbit burn, which will happen about an hour after that. Splashdown is currently targeted for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, about 3 hours and 46 minutes from now, as the Crew 9 team aboard their Dragon spacecraft will splash down off the coast of Florida in the Gulf, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue our audio coverage of the return of Crew 9, and we'll bring back up the full production, including at NASA Plus on the agency's website at nasa.gov and social media channels starting at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll take you through live coverage of re-entry and splashdown. As of now, in the last check-in, the crew is happy and healthy and continues deorbit preparation and their return home to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control in Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center as we continue with our live mission audio coverage of the return of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9, including Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronauts and cosmonaut are completing a multi-month stay aboard the International Space Station, which they would undock earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the Zenith Port of the Harmony module earlier this morning to begin a 17-hour phasing period, and over that time they would execute a sequence of undocking and departure burns to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the proper trajectory, and are now awake and currently undergoing deorbit preparations. The crew is happy and healthy and continuing to move closer and closer as the clocks are ticking down here inside Mission Control towards the prop waste burn in about an hour and 48 minutes from now, and then after about an hour from there, the deorbit burn that'll help put Dragon on course for a splashdown about 3.5 hours from this moment. The Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX craft, Commander Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, again, all wrapping up their long-duration space flights aboard the International Space Station. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all of NASA, they are closing out their third flight in their careers. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they would launch to the International Space Station back on June 5th aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft and would be on station for 286 days. For Butch Wilmore, that would add to his career total of 446 days, and for Sonny Williams, 608 days over her 3 flights to microgravity. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch the International Space Station aboard the Dragon SpaceX, the Freedom spacecraft they are on right now, and they would launch at the end of September, the 28th of September, and will be winding down 171 days in orbit. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, their 9.5-month stay would see them travel 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million miles. For Hague and Gorbanov, 171 days for them, covering over 72 million statute miles. For Williams and Wilmore, they would see the arrival and departure of 8 visiting vehicles. Hague and Gorbanov would see 4 of those 8 in their time aboard the International Space Station. Here, teams on the ground inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room continuing to work. The crew aboard the space station that saw the Crew 9 team depart earlier this morning. That includes NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonaut and commander of Expedition 72 Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner, along with the Crew 10 team of NASA astronauts Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, along with JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. They are all currently getting some much-needed rest ahead of a busy day of work ahead of them. As for the Crew 9 team, after departure, they would get some rest as well, but are currently up and working away on deorbit preparations. The team on the ground here inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, led by Fiona Antkowiak, flight director of her Mosaic flight team, continuing to monitor all things International Space Station and keeping an eye on that Dragon Freedom spacecraft that is currently under the guidance of SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. All of this to continue to lead us up to the deorbit burn and splashdown about 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 32 minutes from now. Scheduled splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We'll continue our mission audio coverage and then expand to NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, where the full production team of NASA and SpaceX will come together in coverage of re-entry and splashdown. But for now, the crew happy and healthy as they continue to go through their deorbit preparations and prepare for deorbit burns and ultimate splashdown later on this evening. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Freedom, SpaceX, less than 3.5 hours to scheduled splashdown time.
Copies.
Freedom, SpaceX. Status check on 4.700.
Freedom's with you. We are just closing up the final little bits of stowage in about 3 minutes. I'm going to check in with you and show you where we're at.
Okay, Nick, thanks for the update. That sounds great. We'll be ready to give you guys the go for suit donning here pretty soon.
You are listening and watching to live audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 return as they continue their phasing and journey and return home from Earth after a long-duration mission to the International Space Station. Hello from the International Space Station Mission Control Room, Flight Control Room inside Center in Houston, Texas, as the Crew 9 team of Commander and Pilot Nick Hague, along with mission specialists Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Alexander Gorbanov, continuing their preparations for Deorbit. And you just heard communications between Hague and the core at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, the crew operations and resources engineer, as they are closing up the stowage of supplies aboard the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and are getting ready to give the go for suit donning here in just a couple of moments. Those re-entry and ascent suits, essentially, that the crew has been wearing during key operations aboard the Dragon spacecraft.
4.700.
Freedom, go ahead.
You are welcome to come on board. We have everything stowed. Section 1 is complete. Cabin's in a good config. I understand we waived Section 2 and fluid loading status. We've completed all our prescriptions on fluid loading. We still have a couple bags of water that we're going to get through, and all 22 of those will be empty.
Okay, copy. Section 1 is complete. Section 2 for the floater camera inspection was waived. You are completed your prescriptions, but still have 2 bags left that you are going to work through consuming.
It's a good read, and so I show us in section to test the RIOs.
Okay, very good. We'll bring cameras back on board, and then we'll move into suit donning after that, and I can take them external again for you.
And we've got all our undergarments on, so when you come back internal, we can stay that way. We'll be on the dawn suit.
Okay, excellent. We'll bring cameras back on board now.
You are listening to live audio coverage of the return of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9, where you just heard communications from Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague and the core communications team at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, saying that everything has been stowed and put away properly. The astronauts and cosmonaut on board continuing to fluid load or consume fluids to help astronauts better adjust to gravity and the return to Earth. That is continuing to go underway, and then all of this in preparation for the departure burn for the Crew 9 crew. Upcoming burns and milestones for this crew as they continue their phasing and eventual return to Earth. The prop waste burn about 1 hour and 26 minutes from now, and that will allow the Dragon spacecraft to expend any used propellant, so it sheds mass to best put it on trajectory for the deorbit burn, which will be followed up about 1 hour later, 2 hours and 25 minutes from now. And the overall hours from this moment, 3 hours and 12 minutes, targeting 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The Crew 9 crew, as mentioned, Commander Nick Hague, the one relaying down those commands to the team on the ground in Hawthorne, California, and SpaceX. He will complete his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station and finish up a mission of 171 days, along with his Roscosmos cosmonaut compadre, Alexander Gorbanov, who will be seeing the completion of his first flight. Joining them also are mission specialists Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both wrapping up their third career flights, and both of which spent 286 days in microgravity in the International Space Station. As for Butch Wilmore, 464 days in his career, and for Sonny Williams, 608 days. This Crew 9 team would put together over 900 hours and 150 unique experiments in their time aboard the International Space Station, but all starting to wind its way down as clocks continue to roll backwards here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control in Houston, targeting that next milestone again of the prop waste burn about an hour and 24 minutes from now, a deorbit burn an hour beyond that, and the splashdown a little more than 3 hours and 10 minutes from this moment. We'll continue our audio coverage until about 3:30 Central Time, and that's when we will toss it over to our teams of NASA commentators and SpaceX commentators in Hawthorne, California, where they will take you through live coverage of re-entry and splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time. That splashdown time coverage will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Till then, we will continue to provide live updates, and you'll continue to hear conversations between Crew 9 and the SpaceX core team in Hawthorne, California, as they continue their journey and return to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
Freedom, SpaceX, you are go for suit donning per procedure 4.010.
Copy, go for suit donning.
And with that communication between NASA astronaut Nick Hague, and the SpaceX core team on the ground in Hawthorne, California. The crew on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and Crew 9 is go for suit donning as they continue to prepare themselves for deorbit and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we are now inside 3 hours from splashdown and the return.
Freedom, I have you loud and clear.
Got you the same from C2. Seat doning's in progress.
Copy that. I see you in C2, and we just came on board with this ground station pass. Good to see you guys.
And perfect timing there, as you just heard communications between SpaceX and the Crew 9 team, led by Commander Nick Hague, as suit donning is in progress. And again, splashdown now 2 hours and 59 minutes away, as Crew 9 looking to concluding their long-duration mission to the International Space Station. Before that, a couple of other key milestones that we will keep an ear out for. The prop waste burn will occur about 1 hour and 13 minutes from now, and that'll allow the Dragon spacecraft to expend unnecessary propellant to have the spacecraft reach the proper mass before beginning its deorbit process. And with that, that'll include the deorbit burn, which will occur about 1 hour after the prop waste burn, 2 hours and 13 minutes from now, and will set the Crew 9 team on the proper trajectory for the eventual splashdown in the Gulf just off the coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Commander Nick Hague being joined with his Crew 9 compadres in Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, along with Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos. Their suit donning continuing to move forward, their deorbit preparation well underway, as this team wrapping up again their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. For Hague and Gorbanov, they will complete 171 days aboard the orbiting lab and in microgravity. For Wilmore and Williams, an extended stay of 286 days. We'll continue our audio coverage until around 3:30, and that's when we will toss it over to the NASA and SpaceX teams in Hawthorne, California, who will take you live through the re-entry and splashdown and overall return of Crew 9 to Earth. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.
Go ahead, Freedom.
Can you take the cameras external? We're going to do one more quick bathroom break, make some adjustments, and then we'll finish up getting in seats.
Yep, no problem. I'll do that right now. And Freedom, cameras are exterior.
Copies.
Freedom, SpaceX, be advised in 2 minutes we'll have a 10-minute TDRS LOS.
Copies. 2 minutes to a 10-minute LOS.
You are following along live with the updates and phasing of the return of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their 4 astronauts aboard the SpaceX Dragon Freedom, including Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Good afternoon from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside the Mission Control Center at Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas, as continuously monitored the progress of the Crew 9 team as they undocked from the International Space Station, wrapping up their long-duration mission aboard the orbiting laboratory earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. After a rest period, they would awake earlier this morning around 9:50 a.m. and get right to work with deorbit preparations, stowage, as well as beginning to don their undergarments and current entry suits. And that is what's going to be coming up here in the next few moments, is the pressure checks of those suits en route to what's going to be a couple of key milestones for burns for the Dragon spacecraft. The prop waste burn, now 58 minutes away, and that'll lead to a deorbit configuration and burn that'll be about an hour and 58 minutes away. Splashdown is currently targeted for 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew 9 led by Commander Nick Hague, who will be completing his 3rd flight to microgravity and 2nd mission to the International Space Station. 171 days for him and his Crew 9 counterpart, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who is wrapping up his 1st flight for 171 total days for him. They would launch the International Space Station back in late September the 28th and dock on the 29th to begin their journey. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, an extended stay for them aboard the orbiting lab. 286 days will be under their splashing down off the coast of Florida, the Gulf Coast, and just outside of Tallahassee. For Wilmore and Williams, their 3rd space flights in total. For Wilmore and Williams, the 286 days adding to their career numbers, 464 days for Wilmore, 608 days for Sonny Williams. We'll continue to monitor the progress of Crew 9 as key milestones continue to come up, including the suit donning, which is underway, and deorbit preparations continue as they keep moving forward to that anticipated splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Around 3:30 Central Time, that's when we will do our final audio sign-off, and that will transition into a 3:45 NASA Plus production, in which we will join our NASA teammates in Hawthorne, California, alongside with SpaceX, and bring you the coverage together of re-entry and splashdown and the return home of Crew 9. This is Mission Control Houston.
Freedom.
Freedom, go ahead. I'm with you.
4.010 and to Deorbit prep 4.700. We're holding at the suit leak check, waiting for your go.
Copy that, Freedom. Suit donning is now complete. You're back in 4.700, holding at suit leak checks. That's great timing. I was actually about to give you a call saying that we'd like to deconflict the suit leak checks from the OOP burn, and we're looking to move those up. So it sounds like you guys are ready for that.
We're ready to support.
Okay, great. I think we just have a couple more commands to send on our side, and I'll come back to you with the go for that shortly.
Stand by.
You are listening live to audio of Crew 9 and their journey and return to Earth after undocking from the International Space Station. Communications between Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague alongside his Roscosmos cosmonaut counterpart Alexander Gorbanov and NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams preparing for the go command for suit leak checks as they have completed their stowage of items necessary for deorbit prep aboard their Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft. And that is where they are waiting for that go command for leak checks. And following that, in about 44 minutes from now, the prop waste burn will be executed on the Dragon spacecraft. And an hour after that waste burn, in which the craft will rid itself of unnecessary propellant and match a mass that is necessary for the deorbit burn, that'll be about an hour shortly after the prop waste burn. The targeted splashdown is exactly now 2.5 hours from this moment, 2 hours and 30 minutes from now, targeting 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll keep tuned in as the Crew 9 team of Hague, Williams, Wilmore, and Gorbanov continue their phasing forward to that splashdown and return after a long-duration mission to the International Space Station.
SpaceX, you are go to begin suit leak check procedure 4.011. And Freedom, let us know when we have permission to bring cameras back on board.
You're welcome to come aboard anytime.
Okay, copy that. Coming back on board now. And Freedom, cameras are back on board. Next ground station pass is in about 5.5 minutes.
Copy, Kara. Thanks. And SpaceX Freedom, we're ready to pressurize.
Freedom SpaceX, go to initiate suit leak check. Freedom, we see 4 nominal suit leak checks.
Set.
This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they continue to make their way closer and closer to their anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. You just heard communications between Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague and the core at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, the crew operations and resources engineer, confirming 4 good suits for the astronauts on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9 Nick Hague relaying that information and speaking on behalf of also his crewmates and NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The 4 of them are completing a long-duration mission to and aboard the International Space Station, in which for Wilmore and Williams, 286 days in microgravity for them upon completion of their mission. And for Hague and Gorbanov, 171 days. For Wilmore, Williams, and Hague, the NASA astronauts, they are completing their 3rd space flight. And for Hague, a career total now of 374 days in microgravity. Williams, 608 days. And for Wilmore, 464 days. And for Alexander Gorbanov, this is his first space flight and return home. and will clock in at 171 days for him. For Haig and Gorbanov, they would launch on the Dragon spacecraft back in late September and spend that time aboard the International Space Station. For Wilmore and Williams, aboard the Boeing Starliner that would launch back in early June. The Crew 9 quartet, would undock from the International Space Station after fond farewells and goodbyes early this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. And they would depart the zenith port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station. That is the space-facing port in which the Dragon would maneuver up, around, and underneath the station on a series of undocking burns and departure burns to back away in the neighborhood of that station, and then complete a series of departure burns and phasing burns to put the Dragon spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory to begin its journey home. We are 35 minutes away from the next burn sequence for the Dragon spacecraft, the prop waste burn, and that is going to allow the spacecraft to expend unnecessary propellant and have the spacecraft reduce its mass in preparation for further deorbit activities, and that would lead right into the deorbit burn an hour and 34 minutes from now. Splashdown, again targeted off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. 2 hours and 21 minutes from this moment. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue our audio coverage until about 3:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's when we will hand over to both our NASA colleagues and SpaceX partners over in Hawthorne, California. That'll take us live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of reentry and splashdown. So far, so good, and the crew happy and healthy aboard the Dragon spacecraft. 4 good suits after the recent suit check, and they continue their progress in their journey home to Earth. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Freedom, SpaceX. We are go for the upcoming out-of-plane burn in about 25 minutes per your displays.
This is Mission Control Houston, as we are bringing you live mission audio updates of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they continue to make progress in their journey to deorbit and splash down, completing their long-duration mission to the International Space Station. Good afternoon from the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control Center, Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas, as crews on the ground both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and SpaceX continue to monitor the progress of Dragon and their 4 crew members aboard, led by Commander and Pilot Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Currently, the Dragon spacecraft is orbiting around Earth and just passing over the South Pacific Ocean, as teams also here in Houston monitoring the International Space Station as it crosses over now the western border of Australia. But taking a look ahead at key milestones coming up for the Dragon spacecraft, that now 20 minutes away from an out-of-plane burn that will see them remove excess propellant and continue to fine-tune Dragon's mass and trajectory en route to its splashdown target off the coast of Florida in the Gulf, just outside of Tallahassee. You're hearing communications frequently now, and more so as we get closer to deorbit between Commander Nick Hague and the core at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. That is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, as Dragon under the command and guidance autonomously of that team in Hawthorne, California. For Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams, they recently just completed their suit pressurization checks. 4 good suits, it was good to go, and they were just notified a few moments ago that they are now inside of 20 minutes away from that burn coming up. That burn will then lead into about an hour after that, the deorbit burn. That'll put Dragon on the path to return home into that splashdown zone, as mentioned, off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. Splashdown time, 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and that splashdown a little more than 2 hours and 5 minutes away, as the crew and the countdown clocks continue to roll along in progression of their return back to Earth. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, it'll complete a 171-day mission in microgravity and aboard the International Space Station. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, 286 days for both of them. We will continue to bring live updates through the audio platforms and national social channels up until about 3:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's when we will hand it over to our counterparts and teammates at NASA and SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. That'll bring you live production of the reentry and splashdown on NASA Plus, nasa.gov, the agency's website, as well as on the social media channels. And again, that'll begin at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Everything continues to move forward for Crew 9 and their return to Earth. And again, splashdown 2 hours and 4 minutes away. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along the progress of the Dragon SpaceX Freedom and the Crew 9, the 4 crew members aboard, NASA astronauts and Commander Nick Hague, astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. We are now 9.5 minutes away from an out-of-plane prop waste burn that will be executed for a little more than 13 minutes, and that will allow the Dragon to expend excess propellant as it continues the deorbit process. And then about an hour, deorbit burn will be executed, and that'll send the Dragon capsule on the trajectory necessary for splashdown, an hour and 55 minutes away from that splashdown off the Gulf Coast of Florida and just outside of Tallahassee, and currently scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, Crew 9, manned by Commander Nick Hague, with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, all completing a long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station, in which they would undock the orbiting laboratory earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the zenith port, or the port facing space of the Harmony module of the station. And there, over a period of a 17-hour phasing and pulling away from the neighborhood of the station through a series of undocking and departure burns, would continue to fine-tune its trajectory en route to the deorbit burn again about an hour and 8 minutes from now. But inside 9 minutes from the out-of-plane and prop waste burn, we will continue to follow along as the crew aboard the Dragon SpaceX, or the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft, continues to complete its deorbit preparations. They are in their suits. They did a pressure test a few moments ago for good suits and ready for the commands and the prop waste burn to begin. We'll continue our mission audio coverage of all things kind and their return to Earth before we'll toss it over to our team in Hawthorne, California. The NASA and SpaceX commentators will take over at 3:45 p.m. Central to take you through re-entry and splashdown, as Crew 9 making its return back after a long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. As we continue to follow along the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission and their return to Earth, as the prop waste burn is now underway. That'll go for about 13 minutes and allow the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to expend excess propellant and have the mass necessary to complete the deorbit burn and then eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida in the Gulf an hour and 45 minutes from now. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control Center, Johnson Space Center, Houston, as we have been monitoring its progress since undocking in the early morning hours today, as they undocked from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and began a 17-hour phasing period that has led us to this moment, now inside an hour and 45 minutes away from splashdown. Crew 9 consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos, the 4 astronauts together in that Dragon spacecraft, continuing their journey and about to wrap up their long-duration mission that saw them with extended time on the will have spent 286 days in microgravity upon a splashdown. As for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they'll complete their mission of 171 days. We will continue our audio coverage for about another 10 minutes or so, and then at 3:30 we encourage everyone to make their way over to NASA Plus, as well as the nasa.gov, the agency's website, and social media channels, as beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, coverage of re-entry and splashdown will get underway with our NASA teams and SpaceX teams out of Hawthorne, California, and SpaceX headquarters through the duration and completion of this mission. So now the out-of-plane, the prop waste burn currently underway and has a few more minutes to go. We'll jump back on once that burn is complete, and that'll put Dragon on the path to the next big burn, which will be the deorbit burn about 57 minutes from now. And again, splashdown about an hour and 43 minutes away, targeting 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. This is Mission Control Houston.
Freedom, SpaceX. Prop waste burn complete. Performance nominal.
Freedom copies nominal.
All right, MD off track.
This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 continues to make way on its return trajectory back home to Earth, with splashdown coming about an hour and 32 minutes from now. You just heard confirmation between the ground teams in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX, the core, the crew operations and research engineer, communicating with NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, that they had a good out-of-plane prop waste burn that lasted a little more than 13 minutes, and now that sets them up for the Deorbit burn coming in about 45 minutes from now. On board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, Commander Nick Hague joined alongside NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. After a long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station for Wilmore and Williams, 286 days in microgravity. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, 171 days will be coming to a close, and again about an hour and 31 minutes from now, with the targeted splashdown of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. This will be our last audio update, and we encourage those that have been tuned in on the NASA social channels to move on over to NASA Plus, or you can follow along on the NASA YouTube channel as well, the agency's website at nasa.gov, and social media beginning at 3:45. We will team up the NASA teams and SpaceX for joint coverage of reentry and splashdown. That is 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. As Commander Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Alexander Gorbanov entering that last leg before the deorbit burn and eventual splashdown and return home for Crew 9. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Jim is with you.
All right, we are 37 minutes out from deorbit sequence start and an hour and a half from splashdown. Through splashdown, I'm tracking no deltas to your crew timeline larger than a minute, so you can expect those times to be accurate. We're not tracking any issues on board Dragon. Recovery vessel Megan is standing by off the coast of Tallahassee, and we're tracking no issues on the boat. Weather out there continues to look excellent. Winds are just under 4 knots, waves just over 1 foot with an 8-second period.
Like a beautiful day down there.
It sure does. Freedom, SpaceX. SpaceX is go for deorbit entry and landing. Deorbit sequence start in 30 minutes.
Good copy is go for deorbit sequence and landing for 30 minutes.
Freedom, SpaceX. Be advised, in 2 minutes, we'll have a 13-minute TDRS LOS. I'll catch you on the other side in time for deorbit sequence start.
Good afternoon and welcome to our live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission as it returns to Earth. Dragon Freedom departed the International Space Station at 1:05 a.m. Eastern. That was 10:05 p.m. Pacific time on March 17th for those of us here in California. On board Crew 9 are NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. And they are now on their way to the targeted splashdown site off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. My name is Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. And joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones.
Thanks, Kate. It's always such a pleasure to be here. Upon departing the International Space Station, Dragon underwent a sequence of departure burns. The crew then had a rest period and has since kicked off preparations for re-entry, including getting into their spacesuits and successfully performing a leak check. The next phase of the mission is when things will really start to amp up. Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Crew 9 home.
That's right. First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized lower part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or bottom section of Dragon, where the heat shield is located. But in order to expose that heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric re-entry, we're going to jettison that trunk.
From there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. This burn will last about 7.5 minutes once it starts. The deorbit burn uses Draco thrusters on Dragon, primarily the 4 located on the forward bulkhead, and is executed at the apogee, or the highest point of Earth's current orbit around the Earth. This deorbit burn will alter Dragon's path to ultimately line it up to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Florida. Splashdown today is planned for 2:57 p.m. Pacific or 5:57 p.m. Eastern.
The Crew 9 mission began a little differently than usual, since Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams were already aboard the space station when Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov arrived in the Crew 9 spacecraft in September. Having arrived as the crew flight test crew for Starliner, Wilmore and Williams were fully incorporated into the space station's Expedition 72 team and began research and other work aboard the station along with the other crew members. Additionally, Williams commanded the orbiting laboratory for much of the expedition.
And after a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Nick and Alexander made a short flight onboard Dragon to the International Space Station in September. Both veterans of long-duration station missions, both Williams and Wilmore conducted spacewalks during their 9 months in space. Having had the capacity to leave the station at any point, had there been some type of emergency, the crew members began packing for their voyage home about a week ago and worked through tasks and shared lessons learned with the newly arrived Crew 10 team, who arrived just a few days ago.
For return operations such as this, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to mariners in advance of and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones.
Now, we do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous task, and any other boats interfering increases risk to the astronauts in Dragon, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close. So, for the safety of the crew and your safety, we recommend you sit back and watch as we'll be bringing you the best possible views of our astronauts' homecoming.
And they will be the best views that you can get. So, let's take a minute to meet our returning crew. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. This was his second spaceflight to the International Space Station and third launch overall. He spent 171 days in space with Crew 9 and has a career total of 374 days in space. During his mission, he completed a spacewalk with astronaut Sunny Williams. That was his fourth spacewalk, earning him a career total of 25 hours, 56 minutes of spacewalking time. Before Crew 9, Hague previously served as a crew member of Expedition 59 and 60 back in 2019. He flew with Alexei Ovchinin and NASA's Christina Cook. So this is his second time sharing the space station with Ovchinin. The Kansas native is a test pilot of a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons.
NASA astronaut Sunny Williams is a mission specialist for Crew 9. This was her third visit to the space station. She originally launched aboard Boeing Starliner spacecraft and arrived at the space station on June 6th. And it looks like we are beginning to get some views inside the spacecraft, overlooking the shoulders of the crew on board Dragon. We'll continue to bring you those views throughout the day and views throughout splashdown this afternoon rather. But to jump back into a little bit more about Sunny, she became an Expedition 71-72 crew member, and she logged 286 days in space on this mission. But she actually has a total of 608 days in space, the second most time in space by a U.S. astronaut. Former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson ranks first for the U.S. with 675 days in space. She conducted 2 spacewalks and has completed 9 over the course of her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes of spacewalking time. She ranks 4th on the list of cumulative time spacewalking by a female astronaut, and she has flown on 4 different spacecraft types, including the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, she served on Expedition 14 and 15 in 2006 and 2007, and again with Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012. She's a retired U.S. Navy captain and is a proud graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy.
NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore is also serving as a mission specialist today. This is his 3rd spaceflight and, just like Sunny, logged 286 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and completed 5 over the course of his career, earning him a total spacewalking time of 21 hours, 2 minutes. He's flown on 4 different spacecraft types throughout his career: the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, the Mount Juliet, Tennessee native served on STS-129 in 2009 and Expedition 41 and 42 from 2014 to 2015. Wilmore is also retired, a retired captain in the U.S. Navy.
And Alexander Gorbanov is a 3rd mission specialist serving on today's mission. Crew 9 was his very first spaceflight to the space station, earning him a total of 171 days in space over the course of his career. Gorbanov, along with Nick Hague, saw the arrival of 4 visiting vehicles and saw the departure of 4 as well. The duo orbited the Earth more than 2,700 times during their mission. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, Gorbanov worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
To prepare for upcoming events, Dragon is currently doing a couple of things autonomously. First, it's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon very comfortable for Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander during the reentry phase. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the spacecraft and the trunk in preparation for that trunk separation that I mentioned earlier. Now, as we saw before, we are hoping to get more views inside of the Dragon capsule. We will bring those, of course. We want to see more of our 4 crew members. But now a bit more of the Dragon Freedom capsule. It has flown on several missions for NASA. It first launched April 27th, 2022. To the International Space Station on NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. It was subsequently used for 2 private spaceflight missions to the space station for Axiom Space, Axiom Mission 2 in May 2023, and Axiom Mission 3 in January of 2024. And of course, Crew 9 launched last year, is September 28th. So yeah, a little bit about the Dragon Freedom capsule. Here, a view that we have once again between the shoulders of Commander Nick Hague, who is on the left-hand side of your screen there, and Mission Specialist Alexander Gorbanov there on the right.
That's right, Kate. And the next major milestone that we're looking ahead towards this afternoon is claw separation. We're targeting that claw separation at 2:05 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon, so less than 10 minutes from now. Continuing to get some views inside Dragon Freedom. To the far left there is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, and as you can see, the crew is suited up in their space suits. They are suited up in what we call dynamic phases of flight. So when they launch, when they dock, when they undock, when they return back for splashdown. We might hear some call-outs on the loops about putting their visors down. That will happen just prior to deorbit burn. And you'll hear us pause when some of those communications happen. That's because we want to make sure that we are relaying the best information to you all, and so that you hear it as well. So if you do hear us pause, that is what we're doing. You also see they have their gloves on there, and I know the gloves are pretty unique on the Dragon spacesuits, right? They're custom created?
Yes, the spacesuit overall is custom fit for each astronaut. These enable usage of the touchscreen panels that they have in front of them. We can't see it from this view, but that view we saw earlier between Alexander Gorbanov and Nick Hague, that is a touchscreen. It allows the crew to monitor everything that Dragon is doing, along with those tablets that they have there on their legs. So yeah, the spacesuit itself is intended to act as a mini spaceship, if you will, as once the visors are closed, it is able to maintain a pressure in the unlikely event of a depressurization event for Dragon. So there we can see those screens I was talking about. So there in the center, we've got the location tracker, as well as on the left-hand side, it's mapping out the operations that Dragon is executing. the crew has to remain well informed of all these things that Dragon is doing autonomously. That basically means that Dragon is flying itself. The crew has the ability to control the capsule if necessary, but the capsule is essentially going to bring itself home. But of course, in order to be familiar with
the orbit sequence starts in 5 minutes.
So we did hear that call out for the deorbit sequence start to begin here in 5 minutes. That call from the ground came from the core, or Crew Operations Resource Engineer here in Hawthorne, Mission Control just behind us, and that went up to Commander Nick Hague. He's going to be doing the majority of the communications during the flight downhill today through splashdown, and they'll be communicating with the core all along the way. Now, we did mention that they are flying on Crew Dragon Freedom. The naming of spacecraft has gone all the way back to the very beginning of this human spaceflight program. This is a nod to Alan Shepard naming his spacecraft Freedom 7 during the Mercury program. And so the crew that first flew up on Freedom a few years ago had the opportunity to name this Dragon, and they named it Freedom. That was Crew 4 that was the first flyers on this spacecraft. It's also flown for Axiom Mission 2 and 3, and then, of course, today for Crew 9 as well.
Yeah, actually, fun fact about this particular capsule, of those 4 missions that Sandra just mentioned, we have seen daytime splashdowns for 2 of those. Today will mark the third daytime splashdown. So there's something lucky about this particular capsule that gets daytime splashdowns. Nighttime is great because we can see even more clearly the capsule streaking through, but I personally love the daylight views because we really get even better views of the recovery team operations during that phase of the mission.
Yes, absolutely. And if you follow along with our missions, you'll know that sometimes weather is a watch item when it comes to undocking and splashdown. We do splashdown in the water, so we want to ensure that parameters like wave heights and wind speeds and precipitation, lightning, all of that is looking good for the crew and the safety of those recovery personnel. And today the weather is just pristine. We got off of space station on the very first attempt. So I'm joking around and saying that it was because it was St. Patrick's Day and we got really lucky with the weather.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Speaking of weather, we will be hearing from Core probably around 2:20-ish.